Hi everyone. It's happened. We've been preparing for this more than 2 months, and this day is launching today. We are ready to get start the Lxthon, like a hybrid hackathon. It's gonna last 24 hours, where we gathered about 20 teams, almost 100 participants, and it's gonna be held hybrid everywhere and offline in Lisbon tomorrow at the venue. I'm Daniel Savchuk. I'm leader of this hackathon, and I'm very welcome you today. So it's an opening ceremony that's gonna last about 10 minutes before we officially start our hackathon, when you will be able to receive your presentations with a full description of the problems we're gonna solve today. I'm having in a waiting room representatives of our partners who providing challenge today, and I for sure gonna give them a word as soon as I tell you a little bit about what expect today. We will have an online mode of hackathon, so you stay home or co-working or cafe, wherever you want, and building together with your teams. While you're building, we're creating some educational content, because today we're going to have 3 online sessions where we will discuss very interesting topics. So at 3 p.m. Lisbon time, it's the same as London time, we will have a talk with Joao Pereira about hackathon as an idea validation frame. You're very welcome to join if you would like to get some insights from a CTO with more than 10 years of experience working in a startup studio that's made 3 successful exits. 5 p.m. Lisbon time, Asraf Anwar is going to tell you a lecture about the data-informed iteration and product development. If you want to know everything about how to operate data, how to get insights from data while you developing the product, join to get your lesson. And 6 p.m. Lisbon time, we will have a podcast with Abhishek Singh and Dmitry Grankin, Agentic AI transforming product management as SAS grows. Today, in an AI era, it's very important to have such discussions and expand your mind about what agentic AI is, what AI is in general, and how it can be applied in our life in many different scopes. So, also about structure. Because we are online and we cannot just touch an expert, we're going to have 2 checkpoints today. First is going to held 1 p.m. Lisbon time. Second one is 7 p.m. Lisbon time. During the checkpoints, you will be able to connect with your experts via the Discord server that soon be created for your team within a given time frame. You can find your checkpoint time in the dashboard. The time is fixed for your team. It's about 15 minutes. It doesn't mean that you can communicate to expert only within a given slot, but this is a fixed time when experts will bring their attention to your team, and you may ask questions, collaborate with them about the brainstorming. For sure, in a Discord, as soon as the first checkpoint passes, you know your experts. You may contact them whenever you want to. So, again, 2 checkpoints, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. and 3 streamings today, 3 p.m., 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. I think that it's the best time when our partners can bring a few words about their challenge. And I would like to start from Nikita Lanskov, who's providing case from ITS.xyz. It's about the blast vessels recognition on the eye. So, Nikita, please enter the scene. Hi, I'm very welcome you with a Windows background on our Lxthon opening ceremony. So, please tell a few words what challenge is going to be about, and very few words like wishing a success to our participants.
Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm so glad to introduce our case in front of you. So yeah, you have to solve our eye vessel segmentation challenge. It's about to identify which blood vessels on the eye white piece and produce comprehensive ML model to do so. We'll provide you the data set, and you will have to train your models and try to get the highest metric. So that's it. I hope that everyone will, first of all, have fun with our challenge, and also will show the good performance and high metric qualities.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nikita. I think that actually we may switch to our next challenge. So Vexa AI and Dmitry Granki, who is a leader of this challenge. Hi, Dmitry. I'm very welcome you today. So, your word.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Thanks for inviting Vexa to this incredible venue. Okay, so Vexa is a simple way to send an attendance bot to a Google Meet conversation and get real time during the meeting or post meeting transcription with another API call. So basically, you've got these two main API calls, and you can build meeting note takers and incredible workflows in a matter of hours in the framework of this hackathon. Like you can build workflows like Google Meet conversation to Slack to CRM, HubSpot, and you can process this real time, and you got you can use your imagination to build whatever you want with it.
Okay, Dmitry, such a great words about what you can wish to the participants of your challenge.
Yeah, guys, I encourage you to find a problem that's really matters and to deliver a solution, and you can build it in no time. And I wish you it's something remarkable.
Thank you so much for such remarkable words. Dmitry, you will be able to see him during the checkpoints and tomorrow at the venue in Lisbon. So we're moving to our next challenge. It's Lxthon EdTech AI startup. And I would like to welcome Vladimir Kukharenko, who is a technical leader of this startup. Vladimir, nice to see you. You're looking such a great physicist. So tell us a few words about your challenge and your wish for participants.
Yeah, really excited about this hackathon. Thank you for having us. So just a few words about Lxthon. We are an innovative learning platform which is using AI tutoring, transforming any materials into interactive learning learning tutor. So our task for this hackathon will be improving transcripts retrieved from the video or audio materials. So basically, the problem is that we have the raw transcripts with and etc. Like I'm saying now, we need to remove them and improve the quality of the transcripts, which is shown to the user. So the task will be described more precisely, but the idea it is. Don't hesitate to use some creative ideas to use existing tools. And yeah, that's it. Hope I wish you good luck to everyone.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. Yeah, I think that luck is the most important factor, as we already knew from our 3 podcasts winning stack, where really Tobiainen, Joe Audrey, and Guilherme Galas Tavares was saying that luck is the most important component during the hackathon. And well, I would like to say that we're having just very few seconds left before our hackathon starts. It's about 15. I'm gonna count it down, and as soon as it's 0, you may refresh your dashboard and you may see the challenge details. in the challenge tab. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lxthon, go to create a perfect solution. So refresh your dashboard page, download the presentation, the data set about your challenge, and start building. We have a little bit more than 20 hours since now, and I wish everyone who have time or who just spectating us join to our streaming and get new knowledge, because we gathered really bright minds. It's an extremely singularity community where only bright minds with great ideas, people who survived in many challenges in this life, can share experience, whether it's during hackathon, it's on streaming, or tomorrow at the venue. But about it, we're gonna talk a bit later. So right now on, I'm switching off from this live. I'm returning back in 45 minutes to give you a briefing about the first checkpoint. But right now, I wish every one of you a great luck and perfect ideas. So let's build together at Lxthon. Hi everyone again. We are heading our first checkpoint where you can meet with an expert. So please open your dashboard, enter the checkpoint tab, refresh your page, and you should see the time of your checkpoint and the link in Discord where you can click and connect. And also information to those who are still looking for a team, please join our Discord. From the very bottom of the website, you may see the Discord icon. Join the server, it's open. When it's open, you will see the channel for build a team and just drop a message there. So our agents, and maybe me personally, will handle this and we for sure will find you a team. I think while the first checkpoint is going, is at 2 hours more, we're still able to join people to the hackathon. And after on, it will not be allowed. So right now, like in 10 minutes, the first checkpoint starts. Please enter your dashboard, refresh the page, click the checkpoints tab, first checkpoint, and click the join button and see your time of joining. It's in Lisbon time. So when you're joining, communicate with experts, like draft the solution, ask as many questions as possible, and use this time like you will never meet again. Because, yeah, it's very, very important. Experts knowing the problems, and they may help you to get as much ideas as possible. And in the end of the day, on the second checkpoint, we will just to catch up what we have done, receive some hints, and we'll switch to preparing the presentations and wrapping up the solutions. So in 10 minutes, the first checkpoint starts. 15 minutes with the expert group for each challenge. Please check your connection time. It doesn't mean that it's only slot when you can communicate to your experts, but it's your dedicated time, like it's yours time. And then for sure, you always can switch or to connect with an expert in a Discord channel respective to your challenge. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great communication with an expert, and see everyone who wanted to in our next slot, 3 p.m. Lisbon time, like it's Greenwich time, and we're gonna talk about idea validation frames. Thank you very much, stay tuned, and enjoy the hackathon together with us. Yeah, interesting. I'm in live, so we gonna start our podcast very, very soon. Our guest, Joao, is joined us today. So we're happy to be back in live. And hackathon is going. We passed the first checkpoint. We see how teams are moving on with the solutions, and there's like so much happening on our hackathon, and we can't wait to see everyone who is able to join with you tomorrow. We will have a round table, we'll have a dry surf lessons, we will have a catering, pizza, everything that should be for the hackathon. Anyways, today we like opening right now our streaming. It will go almost one by one. So we starting now with Joao's, and Azraf will take over at 5 Lisbon time, and then Abhishek and Dmitry will talk at 6 p.m. Lisbon time. But right now we are moving on to our streaming and podcast about hackathon as an idea validation frame. We're going to discuss it today with Joao Pereira, who is CTO of Build Up Labs. And I'm very welcome Joao here. If Joao is already joined, let us check very soon. Yeah, maybe we need to continue the some little technical glitch. So we will just talk a little about our team. So we have okay, Joao, yeah. Nice.
I clicked the wrong button. Sorry about that. It's always funny when the CTO messes up something technological. So
to be honest, it's how it works, because actually
yeah,
like we have in a platform, Lxthon, what we use to run this hackathon. And historically, this platform exists already for 5 years. And historically, like it works for everyone, like, I don't know, like spacecraft going to the spaceship. But as soon as some VIP person joins, everything crashes. But some very weird reason. Nobody knows why. So, yeah, we're happy to see you here. I think it's your first experience with the StreamYard, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we're using a StreamYard. To be honest, we pay for it. I don't know why I'm advertising it, but it's kind of really nice streaming software where we use for performing our performance here. So, Joao, or can I call you GP?
Yes, please. That's why I added.
Okay. Thank you. So, GP, as I mentioned, CTO of Build Up Labs. Build Up Labs is an incubator, also startup studio. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Yeah, he's one of our sponsors of Hackathon, and also we are incubating here. So, I mean, Lxthon as a startup incubating at Build Up Labs. Okay, so Joao, today we gathered here to discuss the topic. Like I know, in a little context, in a startup community, like idea validation is everything, because actually, like modern position right now is that no any bright idea like in any genius mind. It doesn't work this way. Even if I imagine something, feel like it's my idea of all my life, I want to implement this startup, it may not work in 99.99% of cases, because the response about the startup coming only from market. If people love this idea, means this idea is going to work. If people don't love it, it's not work. So that's where the term idea validation appears. So in a startup community, we talk a lot about how to fastest, cheapest, most truthful way to validate an ideas. And that's what we're going to talk about with Joao today. Before we move into it, let's a little uncover Joao person itself. Like, yeah, we are in Portugal, and in Portugal we have a 5G connection, very fast. And Joao, as far as I know, you're connected through mobile, but we see your
Yes.
picture in in a really
I
great
can
way.
hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah, except short glitches. Yeah, but okay. So, Joao, could you tell a little story like when you joined the Build Up Labs? Who you have
Yes,
been that
sure.
time? Yeah.
Sure. So we have pretty stable Wi-Fi in Portugal, but right now I'm in the middle of the country, so not really in the city where I have good connection. But I'm hoping that this will be stable. Um, yeah. So I joined Build Up Labs. It's been going almost 10 years ago. It was even before we have Build Up Labs as a brand. So it was a different name. It was more like an innovation department or lab. And it was my first job straight out of the university. So my background is in software engineering. I graduated, and I always been interested in the startup ecosystem. So even when I was in the university, I really like to learn by myself, to experiment with a couple of projects or ideas. I went to a couple of events about like the entrepreneurial ecosystem because it was booming at the time. I think it was around the time that some startups were really getting some traction. And once I left the university, I was like, okay,
Yeah, we
job
will
that is
have.
the most typical way, or I go through this new innovative system, and I got lucky to join Build Up Labs team and to be working there for 10 years. I know that 10 years seems a long time for like our young generation of workers, but during those 10 years, I've been working into several different startups and projects. So despite being working at Build Up Labs, I was able to learn, to experiment, and to build a lot of startups during that journey. So
Well, was a Build Up Labs your first experience after university?
yes,
Or I
yes,
didn't.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ah, okay. So generally, you work like entire career in a Build Up Labs. Yeah. Yeah, little technical glitches, but I think GP return us back soon. Yeah, we had a little conversation with GP yesterday while we preparing for this podcast, and yeah, GP told lots of interesting. Yeah, GP, you return back. Yeah, so yeah, my question was that actually your like entire career is in the Build Up Labs. Yeah,
It's in
so
Build Up Labs. Yes, yes, yes.
you should be like a perfect employee, like a dream of every businessman.
Well, you
No,
should ask Rui about that, but I do my best
yeah, no retention. Yeah. Okay. So, and
to grow, to learn, and to fail as you grow. That's the right environment. So I know that I really like doing a startup to learn a lot of things, not only regarding software development, because that's my main focus, tech and product, but actually like working with the marketing team, uh, be doing sales and customer support, be working on the strategy of the products, the startups in the studio. So, and also be supporting our startups at the incubator. So that's what I love. Every day it's a different day for me, and I think that's a great environment to be working on.
so you mean that actually, like from like a post-university beginner road to CTO, you made in a build-up labs, and how many startups you supported during these 10 years of your career to get this experience from like junior to CTO?
Can you just resume the question because I lost you?
Yeah. Main question was, and again lost. So, and yeah, despite we are in Portugal and having a 5G coverage almost everywhere, maybe Joao having like a thick walls that's not allowing signal to enter. And when GP return us back, I'm gonna ask him to put Yeah, GP. Maybe you can move your phone somewhere else. Maybe the walls not allowing the signal to come, because if you're in a very middle of Portugal, I know that you use your phone as a camera. Yeah, true.
Yes.
Okay. So let's pray the connection stays stable. My question was like, how many startups you've been supporting on your path from junior to CTO to gain such experience to become a CTO of Startup Studio? Yeah.
On the studio, more than I can count. So our process at Build Up Labs is always, when we think of an idea, we like to think big, we like to think globally, but we like to start small, and then we either grow the idea fast or we kill the idea fast. So we've been experimenting with a lot of ideas, and most of the ideas fail. So that's what we call our graveyard of startups. Whenever some idea fails, we try to learn, okay, why did it fail? What did it went wrong? And how can we improve the process for the next venture that we build? I can say that during these 10 years, we had 5 exits on our portfolio. So 5 startups that we've been able to sell to other groups or other companies. We currently have 3 active projects, so 3 active startups, and dozens of failures. So those are projects that we go from idea, we try to build the MVP, and perhaps the technical part is not there yet, or we like the idea, we build a product, but then there is no market, there is no business around that, so we have to kill the idea. But I would say that dozens of ideas that I've been able to experiment, but 5 exits and 3 active projects currently.
Okay, that's fantastic. But I think that actually, regarding my experience, every time I fail, I grow a lot. Like,
Yes.
every time I success, it maybe grows, but not such dramatical. I mean that the nature of my question was that, like, you started at Build Up Labs as junior, and right now you're a CTO. And as far as I know you are really true market CTO. So meaning 10 years of experience is quite a short amount of time to make this expertise growth. And you told that actually it's dozens of failures of startups, but could you maybe a little expand what attachment have you had to these startups? Like, how deep these fails have been? So you trained such.
It really depends. So sometimes I'm a tech product. I'm a tech guy. So usually when I think of an idea, I want the product to be perfect, and that's one of the biggest red flags that I'm still working on. I'm still learning because it's better done than perfect, and that's what we tell our founders too. But I would say that at the beginning, I was very attached with the ideas, because working in this type of environment, you can really see the impact of what you're building day to day. Nowadays, it's become easier for me to go from, okay, I have this cool idea, but first I need to test and to really validate if it's a good idea only on my head, or if there's a market, an ICP, if there's an audience for this idea, if it's a viable business model. So nowadays it's way easier for me to separate that. But coming from a software engineering background and wanting the products to be perfect at the beginning was very hard to let go of the ideas.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I said, if you're saying you are from a software engineering background, anyways, Build Up Labs was your first place where you work after university. Like, let's try to imagine, like, just point to the sky. How many lines of code you wrote approximately?
I would say hundreds of thousands. I'm not sure. Nowadays with AI, that number like exploded, but hundreds of thousands. I remember, so I can remember the first weeks of working on my first project. It was a PHP WordPress website, and I was like, this is the worst, but I'm loving it, so I'm learning a lot. So then I got a bit of I didn't really like PHP because of that first experience in WordPress, but nowadays I can see that it's a really good technology. But I would say like hundreds of thousands of lines of code. Yeah.
That's very nice. So, maybe would like to tell a little story, because I kind of was doing a consulting business, and what I noticed that actually a lot of juniors who've been joining our company were asking like, I would like to work on a project where I will have a senior person who gonna guide me and say where to go, how to fix, blah, blah, blah. And this consulting company is living for more than 8 years already. And I think I have a little data to compare. And my personal notice is that actually people who were able to survive unsupervised learning right now are much more expensive and much more sustainable experts, rather than people who from the beginning been asking for like a senior support, like a growing path and so on. I just was wondering like what's your perception is, like what's your data says, and maybe you may try to guess what's the key of such shift, like why a little
Sorry.
yeah,
Yes,
you hear,
yes.
that's nice. Yeah, every like our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Yeah. So what's your experience about this? Yeah, like unsupervised learning versus supervised, and I'm talking not about AI. I'm talking about expertise growth and person.
Yeah, and people, it's different than machines. I would say that I have the same idea as you. So we at Build Up Labs, we try to give an environment where people can learn by themselves and they can learn by doing. I would say that most of the times people are afraid to do something because if they fail, everyone will be talking with them and saying like, why did you test this, because this is not working. And we try to have a different perspective. So we like to give a lot of freedom but also responsibility. So we have a saying that is, if you give an idea for something to test, you need to be the one doing it and implementing. I think that says a lot about the culture that we try to do to have at Build Up Labs. But of course, that when we onboard someone, we are not looking for someone that knows all the hard skills that can be learned during the job. So by the time that they are doing the tasks and learning with alongside as a team, they will learn how to work with these tools. We are more focused on the soft skills. So is this a person that already showed interesting in like personal projects, so they like to have an idea and to actually go build it. What have they built, or what have they how have they hacked something in their life for their benefit? I think that says a lot about the person. Not working well, how can you turn it around to be something that could be an advantage for you? So we try to identify talents based on more on the soft skills than hard skills, because hard skills can be learned. Sometimes soft skills, either you have it or it's really hard to gain during a job opportunity.
That's fantastic, to be honest, because it's also correlate to me. Like I want to highlight that to mention like to grow themselves and keeping responsibility. Like meaning that
Yes.
the secret of growing is being unsupervised but with responsibility.
Yeah.
I think that's great insight. Yeah, it's answering lots of questions that's living inside my mind. Anyways, what if we switch a little to the supervised learning? I don't know,
Okay.
to be honest, in deep how the education system working in Portugal. But communicating with people here on the street, I feel like it's strictly supervised learning, like what I had in my university in Eastern Europe, say, like it's truly supervised. Well, anyways, what's university you've been studying, and how do you think, what's effect it had on your career? Did you obtain a great background, whatever?
Yeah. So what I think about university, it's shifting nowadays and it's great, but it was a very theoretical learning path. So you learn how things work, but you don't really have a practical experience building this or putting those concepts and methodologies, frameworks into place. There were some universities that focus more on the practical approach, and we can see the difference working with different students from different universities. My own case from FCT, so I think I gained a lot of the backgrounds for being an engineering, but if it wasn't for my curiosity and interesting in learning about this entrepreneurial ecosystem, I don't think I was motivated enough in the university to go through this path. But luckily now things are changing. So I think that across universities there are a lot more of these types of hackathons, programs, junior companies that where the students can not only learn during the classes but start to putting in practice what they learn. And I believe that's where you learn and grow more, because we had people joining Build Up Labs for an internship, and they say that okay, in 2 months working at Build Up Labs, I learned more than 3 years studying in the university. And that for us, it's the real impact of working on this type of environment, the impact that it can have on a professional and a career of someone. So yeah, I would say that's more theoretical, changing a bit, so that's great, but it's still lacking some of the practical way of putting your hands dirty. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if imagine that actually you did not study university and did not get all this theoretical background, how do you think would you be the same successful as you are now?
That's very tricky to answer. I'd like to say yes, but I don't think that would be the correct answer. It's very hard because it really changed. So I love my time at university. I think I learned a lot, and I learned what I wanted to do, because I was a bit unsure when I went into the university what specific field of study would I want to study, because I had some experience and I liked a couple of things, but I didn't love anything. And I was lucky enough to fall in love by programming and developing. Like for me, writing code is like an art. So you can write code that it builds something. It's build a product, a web solution. So and I was lucky to fit into that. But at the same time, I'm not sure if not going to the university, being more practical, I would have the basis to grow as I grow. So I think it's really good to have these both opportunities. So the FCT, the Nova University in Caparica, it's a great university because you don't not only have like the developer codes, but actually it's like a huge campus with mathematics, physics, chemics, materials. So you have different type of talent that you can network and meet, and it's great. Yeah.
Well, if it's Nova, it should be a great occasion for building a network.
Yes. But it's more focused on the engineering side. So Nova, you have different faculties, and now you have one from business economics that it's really good near the beach as well. I think that's one of the things from Nova. They are always close to the beach, but they were lacking like connecting students, connect one engineering student with one business student, and you can create something amazing. And during my time, we didn't have any of this. Now there are more programs that stimulate that synergy, and I think it's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Also would like to. I think we have a really comprehensive conversation. I would like to highlight the most major points. That, to be honest, we had very thoughtful discussion. We already covered like try and fail strategy. We already covered the networking. We covered the theoretical background. I think all of the things are important. And you know what? In my mind, all of them are uniting in synergy during the hackathon. Because like we are doing a podcast like Winning Stack. We already had 3 sessions with one Finnish guy, one girl from America, and one guy from Portugal. And to be honest, they have very different positions. Like some of them saying you should have absolutely technical team, like no management allowed, because management during hackathon is a bullshit. Another guy saying like, no, management is okay. We just having something like vibe coding and so on. But something unites all of them together is that all of them are having, to be honest, unbeatable technical background. It's like all of them are from top universities, their local top university, like for Jai from United States, from Willy from Finland, for Guilherme from Portugal. So yeah, technical background. The second thing, all of them are like serial hackathon winners. Yeah. The second thing is that actually all of them having more than 3K subscribers on LinkedIn. For Jai, it's more than 50K, meaning they have quite comprehensive network, to be honest. Yeah. And the third, during the hackathon, during the podcast, all of them told us that hackathon is like a frame, is a space where everyone can fail and have nothing for this. So it's an atmosphere that's fostering try and fail strategy. And all of them highlighted it. As well, all of them highlighted that luck is a very, very important factor to win the hackathon.
Yes.
And considering all of this, I just wanted to raise a question like, can be a hackathon a frame to validate an idea? Because usually the hackathon is 48 hours. It's like a full business week, yeah? And I quite can imagine that something meaningful may be done during this time. So I would like to hear like your thoughts about it. So what do you think? And how it goes.
Yeah, I think doing an hackathon is a great way to actually validate something and to do something. So on the studio, one of the ways that we try so we go a lot through the ideation, through validation, building stage, and sometimes what we do is internal hackathons. So we have specific time frames where we evaluate our ideas and how we can build them and validate them. And if we want to have a more focused time doing that, an hackathon is a great opportunity because everyone of the team will be working on the same goal. And that's great. So another thing that I think highlights the impact that an hackathon can have, it's the time constraint. So since you know how much time you have, you really need to prioritize and to plan. So I can understand why having someone to manage might be hard because they want to have the perfect plan, but not having a management can really work against yourself on an hackathon. I think the best way is for you to come up with an end goal. So that's what we want to build, and then really come up with a plan on those 48 hours to know, do some checkpoints and to know, so in this point we should be working towards achieving this. If we are not, we need to review the plan. So I think that's very important because you can very easily go to the end of the hackathon and not having what you wanted to build or your vision, your goal working. So if you have those checkpoints, I think those are perfect times for you to analyze and to prioritize. Building a startup, it's always about pivoting. So we have an idea, we try to validate, we build it, we launch it, we start to gather feedback from clients, and then, we need to change something or we need to pivot the product. So let's build something else or let's improve the product. Then go through this feedback loop again with that feedback to know what we are going to build. On an hackathon, you need to do that on steroids. So you need to have a lot of caffeine. So you are so you know what you're building. But I think hackathons are great alternatives to go from one goal, one vision, to a plan, and then really it's about executing well and very fast.
Yeah, that's true. To be honest, it's totally comply with my visioning on a hackathon. Yeah, so we may try, fail, and blah, blah, blah. But for you, hackathon is more ideation or validation stage?
I think that it depends on the type of validation. So if you're talking about technical validation, that's totally for an hackathon. But if we are talking about market validation or client validation, that might be hard because sometimes you need more time. So we try to do that with talking with people, interviewing people, going through communities and getting feedback from communities. And it's something that we want to have it fast, but it can take time, a few days, a few weeks. So sometimes it goes after this hackathon. But I would say that for me, an hackathon for the ideation and validation phase for the product, it's perfect. For the market, it can be hard. It depends on what you're building. If your audience is already on the hackathon, it's perfect because you can be building, acquiring feedback, and going through the iteration loop as you build it.
Okay, but what if we imagine a big hackathon, like, I don't know, like Junction, where more than 1,000 people attending, and they are using peer-to-peer review evaluation. So meaning that's no jury, like we are having on our Lxthon. They have a peer-to-peer system. Like as soon as the hackathon ends, every participant is obliged to compare at least 15 pairs of teams and say like which team you like more. And in this way, it appears that almost 1 million comparisons comes to every team. So the team that's winning has been really literally picked by the crowd, and may be a kind of also market validation or maybe pre-market validation. I mean that understanding whether this idea deserves to go to check the market, because it always costs money, even if it's cost effective, or like no, it's even have no chances here. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I agree. So when you go to market validation, scale, it's the best thing to have. So it's one thing to have like 5 to 10 juries, especially saying like this is a good idea, but they understand the pain, they know the product. Another thing is to have the whole community voting and really testing the product and liking the product so much that they will choose your amongst like hundreds of other projects. So that's a way better validation that just being for a majority. Like I said, so I think both are good. If you want to validate your idea on a more scalable way and to have more like the real client or the end user feedback, the community wins. So
so actually like what we having today, like a jury, is like American TV show. We see sharks, but when it's community, it's some kind of idea validation. Okay, so hackathon is great, but today we are like a sharks, so we're not so good at an idea validation frame. I think we're more ideation hackathon. So the best ideas are gonna win, but the best ideas is decided by the startup makers itself, so what they know from market. So to be honest, it's a little bit incubating of idea, and that's where I would like to switch to the understanding of build up labs as an incubator. It's how I get know about it, because me and my team been applying for a Portugal startup visa, applying to the eAppMe portal. It took about like 3 months with fulfilling our application. One of the stages is we should pick the incubators from the approved list, pitch to the incubators. The incubators agree to sign contract with us. So we attach this agreement to the eAppMe and may proceed further with our visa. So it's how it's being done here. We applied to the one incubator in Braga, one in Évora, to Build Up Labs, and to the Startup Portugal. Startup Portugal declined us, and to the rest we've been pitching. So we picked up the Build Up Labs as an incubator. Well, when I come here and establish connection with Rui, who is your CEO of Build Up Labs, he was telling me that Build Up Labs was a startup studio. And yesterday, when we have been preparing our podcast, you mentioned that actually you would like to discuss difference between incubator, startup studio, and accelerator. And for me, it's mind-blowing. All of this is connected to the startups. We even have an overlay with a definition so you listeners can read into the difference between these three things while we start up this discussion. But GP, I would like to go into the difference between startup studio, incubator, and accelerator.
I think that's a great topic because it's something that some people think is the same. Some people think that incubator is more for the early stage, and that's not usually or not always the case. So just to give you a bit of context of Build Up Labs, when we started Build Up Labs, we were a startup building other startups, and we didn't even know the venture builder term. So we were just doing because we love it. We were good at building products, but then we started to notice the venture building movement and the startup studio, and we identify what they were doing. So venture building, it's when you have like a factory. So you are a company that goes through every stage of building a startup, from ideation to validation to building the product to iterating to go to product market fit and then spin off an exit or a failure. But you do it on a very repetitive way. So we are always testing new ideas at the same time. So our goal is with the same team at Build Up Labs, we share resources, we can optimize the process that we are doing, because startup failure rate is very high. Most of the startups fail. On the startup studio, what we want is to reduce that failure rate so we can have more winnings with the same team, with the same resources. So that's the goal of a startup studio. Yeah.
But so sorry for interrupting. We didn't speak now about incubator and accelerator, but I can understand this like a service. Yes. So I'm a startup. I would like to be incubated, or I would like to pass successful acceleration program. So I come, pay money, and pass through it. About the startup studio, for me, it's always been a mystery. Like, let's imagine I'm a new startupper. I'm having a great idea. I come to you. What I should do? Like, I pitch this idea, and you try to understand whether you want to test it or how it works.
Yeah.
So, idea, I come to you. What's it step by step? How it goes here?
Usually, what we do is, if we know the co-founder, so imagine that you have an idea for a product that you want to build, but you need help. You need help with product, with marketing. You come to a startup studio, and what we will evaluate is, like, first, how well do we know you? So not only the idea, even if we believe in the idea, if we don't know the founder, we don't know how to work with him, it's very hard for us to accept, because being a startup and being a co-founder is like having a marriage, and sometimes those don't do great. So we need to build a relationship. We need to know each other. So that's why usually the ideas that we build are from our own team, or from people that work at Build Up Labs or work in Build Up Labs in the past, because we already know how to work with them. But imagine that we are a really cool co-founder that we already know, that we've been talking in the past, and we have an idea that you want to build, but you need support. Okay, so come to us, and as a startup studio, we will be co-founder of your idea. So we will go through the sweat, tears, and blood of building it, growing, grinding, building a pitch deck, pitching to investors. Okay, so and that's different from an accelerator or an incubator, because on an incubator we are not co-founders. We are there to give you support, to give you mentorship, to give you access to our network, but we don't have an equity on your product. Okay, and we don't want to sell you services. We are there to give you support. And
like incubator and accelerator are involved, but startup studio is engaged.
Yeah, the startup studio is there with you, building your idea. Incubator or accelerator, you go through the program, we give you support, we know how to help you, but you need to be doing your work, or the startup team needs to be doing their own work. Okay.
Yeah, but as far as I understand, like the exchanges that actually I'm having some idea that you recognize kind of great idea and you would like to invest in it. So I'm just exchanging literally an idea, but you told that actually you should know me as a founder, and probably maybe some backed persons as you believe or whatever. But I exchanged my idea for kind of your validation framework and even market fit framework and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Market go. But I was always living with a feeling that idea costs zero. But what's your feeling about it? But as more older I become, the more I understand that there is a big difference. Like when I don't know, somebody in my courtyard saying that AI will change the user interface and user experience completely. We need to discuss about it. Maybe it will be screenless. Yeah, I'm saying, oh, what's a bullshit you saying? Like, great idea, let's test it, but it's nothing. Yeah, but when Sam Altman buys the Apple Design Studio, and this Apple Design Studio says the AI will change the UI and UX, yeah, as an idea, everyone, it will become screenless. It's something everyone takes and say that it's this idea like costs billions. What's the difference? Like maybe you have this sense like how to distinguish it.
I have the same feeling as you. So idea are worthless. Idea without the execution are not worth anything. And on that example that you gave from OpenAI, what you are really buying, is it the idea or is it the guy that will bring the idea? You are buying the talent. You know that whatever the idea he will come up, he will win. So that's what we try to identify.
So it's about being a backed person.
Yes, it's about being someone that we know and we know that is resilient enough. Because if that idea doesn't work, we will figure out with you what will work. We will pivot because working
like
on a
next
startup.
idea, yeah, and
Yeah. Working on a startup, we really need to be agile, adapting to the market. And sometimes we start building something that we believe it will have an impact. Once we launch it and once we start to gather feedback from clients, we understand, oh, that's not really what they want. They want another thing. So let's go take a step back to be able to move to forward. So it's more about can this person or this founder be the one that where we can actually build this. So I agree with you that ideas by themselves are, I won't say worth zero because they are worth something, but without the execution, they are really meaningful.
Okay. Phew, to be honest, like it's very insightful for me. I'm like pretty honest. It's the first time in my life you untangled this conflict in my brain. Because it's very. I think we should highlight it. Yeah, we pay and we invest not in idea. We invest in a person who creates these ideas and capable to execute. So
it's always like
about,
that. Even investors, when you pitch to an investor, you are not only pitching your idea, you are pitching the idea, the product, the team, yourself as the founder, the potential to grow. So you don't only focus on this is my idea, right? So I think that says a lot about, and for early stage founders, your most important job is to sell your idea, sell yourself, sell your potential, your vision, your goal. You always need to be selling.
This sounds awesome. And if we like how the incubator and accelerators are connected here, because I feel like it's still very connected, and maybe we may play around the difference. Like imagine we have two startuppers. One startupper you've chosen for startup studio support, and another one being declined. But he decided, knowing the maturity of your name, to join your incubation program. Yeah. So what will be the difference between these two startuppers, and how do you treat them? Is it this treatment separate? For sure should be.
So sometimes it is. So I would say that the main difference between an incubator and an accelerator is that an accelerator is a time-based acceleration program where you have all the steps defined. So you know that you'll be on step number 1, then go to step number 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you will graduate. So it's time constraint, and you already know what you'll be learning or focusing on. On an incubation program, we try to adapt the program to what the startup needs. So we, on our incubator, we have founders or startups from different stages. Some of them just have an idea, others already have a business and they want to grow, or they are looking to raise an investment, so they need our help supporting with investment rounds. And based on what the startup needs, we come up with a goal for the next year, and then we come up with a specific tailored plan that we will always revisit. And on the incubator, we identify, okay, so what will be the things that the startup will focus, and what will be the support that we as Build Up Labs or as our network, because our network can be from other companies, enterprises, freelancers, mentors, investors, so we have a lot to offer. What we focus to help you achieve those goals. And it's ongoing. It's not specific to 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year. So it's something that the startup can join for 1 month, 1 year, 2 years. We have startups that are with us from the beginning. So we launch around the COVID times. So they are still with our community because they see the value. And when we are growing your startup, you will go through different stages. So it's normal for that we come up with a plan for the first year. You are on the idea stage. Then in 1 year, everything will look different. So we'll need to sit back with the team, with the founder, and think about the next year. So, okay, we were able to reach to this stage. What should be the goals for the next year, and how can we help? What you'll be focusing on. So I would say that those are the main differences. And it was very hard for us when we identified that, okay, Build Up Labs is a startup studio, because that's the way that we started. Trying to explain that to people. We are a startup that builds other startups. We are co-founders. We take equity. It was very difficult for investors to know what we are doing. Once we build the incubator, we are an incubator and we are supporting founders on these specific stages. Everything become more clear. So I think that the incubator ties very well with the studio as well, to help us have a more direct or separate operations part.
May we, as external observers, consider that startups being on a startup studio support are kind of some kind of like a outer choice. Like it's I don't know, first league startups by Build Up Labs evaluation, comparing to the startups that are just incubating.
Can you rephrase that question, because I'm not sure if I understood?
Yeah, because to be honest, for me, like being a startup studio is like being a super advanced incubator with exchange on equity. Like it's
Yes,
how I
yes.
perceive what you talk. Yeah.
Yeah,
And like imagine we are right now the external observers. Like we're looking to how and for what Build Up Labs working. And it has, for instance, 10 startups, 2 startups on a startup studio and 8 on an incubation. Maybe consider that these 2 startups on a startup studio are kind of VIP startups, like startups that Build Up Labs believe in most. Yeah.
It's not about believing more. It's more that since we have more equity and we have more to gain, more potential to gain, we need to put our sweat there. So that's sweat equity that we usually do. And right now we are testing a new model where we might have a founder or a startup in the incubator that we actually believe on the idea and the founder, and they need help building the product, and that's where we are very good at. So let's bring more to the studio part. Let's actually be the ones supporting and building the product alongside the founder to see if we can gain more potential, because usually the startups on the studio are always from the internal team. So we are trying to expand this so we have more synergies between the incubator and the startup studio.
Okay, but my next question was like, what should I do? For instance, well, consider me as an abstract person, not as Daniel Savchuk, but what should I do to join the startup studio support? Any kind of characteristics, exams? Yeah.
No, I think it's more about like reach out to us, get to know it, each other. So know how we work, know how we work. Let's build a relationship, and then if we can identify that, okay, we actually believe in the team, believe in the idea, believe in the product. And there's another thing, because we need to have resources to be able to help. So if, even if sometimes we have founders that we really believe in and that we would love to be more involved, but we don't have the resources to be. So that's a shame. But that's why we want to try to expand the team a bit, so we can be supporting more on a hands-on approach some startups. But it's all, I think it all breaks down to building a relationship. So let's get together, let's get to know each other, how we work, how we think, what are the visions, what are the goals, and then how we can collaborate together.
Sounds really nice. Um, Thank you so much for. I think that it's very sophisticated, and I'm really fascinated by the difference you provided between accelerator, incubator, and the startup studio. To be honest, we had a conversation with Rui where I shared that being a startup studio is kind of my dream. But Rui sent me a few articles saying that startup studios are rapidly closing for the last 2 years. So I think you are in a very complicated challenge. So I think it's some kind of heroism of what you are doing, and really would like to support a lot. And thank you so much for everything you're doing, because building and creation is extremely complicated thing, because it's like a big difference between I don't know, navigating and flying inside your mind and dreaming like, oh, this may be a great idea. But it's like, I don't know, to the moon and back distance between
Several times.
dreaming and doing and building. Yeah. What do you think if we go through a little blitz and gonna wrap up our discussion? It was really great. We were expecting half an hour, but we almost done 1 hour speaking. So I think we need to cut it into short pieces, because you were so clear in defining things, and I think it's your personal talent. Yeah, you were very compact.
Great. Thank you. Yeah,
clear.
I try to do that. Yeah.
Okay, Blitz. Very first question I'm asked literally to everyone: big tech or startup?
Startup.
Startup. Okay, nice. How do you think Build Up Labs can be called a startup, or it's already more some midterm business? Or
Startup. We even if we grow, we want to always have the mindset of a startup and the environment of a startup.
okay, nice. So, what you value the more, like idea you completely believe to and think it's the best you ever heard in your life, or working prototypes that you can start testing like today?
What I believe more?
Yeah, what you will choose, what you will pick. Idea with no any implementation done yet, but this is a great idea. Like you feel it's the best idea in your life, or the prototype that's already capable to be tested with market.
Prototype.
Prototype. Okay, idea wins now. Great.
No, I love the idea, but it's hard to sell the idea to outside people or to even to an actual client. And if you have a prototype, it's way easier to. So this is my idea, and it's working on this product. Let me know what you think. So nowadays, it's all about prototype.
Okay. So 5 years in university or 5 years trying to make your own business?
Make your own business.
Okay, cool. Make your own business from the beginning, like from the graduation, or work 5-10 years for another company to understand how business works?
Build your own business.
From scratch with that. Okay.
From scratch.
So,
and try to surround yourself with people that are on the same environment, or try to get mentors, even if it's not from an official part, like as an incubator, because you might not have the funds to support being incubated. reach out to people and ask for help. People are more willing to help than you think, and it's very hard to get a no from someone. Like if you're not annoying someone, or if you're not taking that much time from someone, even if it's an expert, it's very hard for that people say no, I don't want to help you, because we want to help each other. So build your own idea, surround with people, and get mentors that you know it will help you. So I think it's all about that.
Cool. What you choose? Build a big network or team of experts that conduct perfectly?
That's tricky. I think that the network can have a compounding effect. So in the long term, it might help, but being surrounded of experts, it can help in the short term for you to accomplish something. So I think that short term, surround yourself with experts that really identify what you should be focusing or how can you unblock stuff. But in the long term, the network can really compound, and the synergies that you can get from the network.
That's awesome. And I really love your way of thinking. I call it, I think it's just name of this, it's like tetralemma von Kibida, saying that's just not black and white. There is
Yeah,
something
yeah.
in between. And yeah, I love it because it's kind of combination of strategic and tactic visioning. It's
Hmm.
very important, to be honest. I would choose to fight for both good network and great
Yes,
experts that's
that would
conducting
be
perfect.
the best scenario.
Yeah. Okay. So, as a startup studio, what you prefer more, like rising superstar, young startuppers who just in the beginning of their way, or startuppers who made dozens of exits and like very, very major?
Uh, I think it's important to have both as well, so not black and white, because you need. I think that for you to really achieve something great, you need the young hunger of people that really want to win, and you need the experience for people that already went through that path. So if you want to build something sustainable, go from people that already know how to build stuff. If you want to have like a one shot of a unicorn, go for young people that are willing to go through the stage. If you want to have both, I think that would be the best scenario.
Okay, that's really nice. Unfortunately, I forgot the name of Alibaba CEO, but he was saying that before 20, like learn, before 30, work for someone, before 40, try, before 50, teach, before no, before 40 work, before 50 teach, before 60 rest. And it's like a big question always. What's the best age to start your first successful startup?
Uh, well, the first one is very hard to be successful. The second one as well. The third, fourth, fifth as well. So if you can start the earliest that you can start, the best, because you will learn a lot. You will know how to improve, and it's not about um, it's about this journey, but you need to have a real understanding of trying to, like you're saying, like the strategic vision. So whenever something fails, or when you start to building an idea, and then you need to take a step back and to analyze your journey and to see, okay, what should I be doing that I'm not doing, or what am I doing that is blocking me, that is pushing me back. So I need to switch, because if you don't do this exercise, you will always be on the same path. So you will always be building products that nobody wants, or having trouble coming up with ideas. And it's very hard to go from this. And I have this difficulty of going very practical and very hands-on, and putting my heads down building, but actually sometimes getting back and try to be more strategic, and to be more think more long term. So I think it's important to do this. But as early as you can start.
Okay. Absolutely. So, the making a startup is a passion or it's skill?
I would say it's more a passion, because if you, it will be very hard. It's a tough journey, and if you don't have the passion, it doesn't mean that you will not win, but you will not have the same energy to go through the difficulties that is building your idea and growing.
Yeah, I'm asking
So
to be honest because you telling when I asked the previous question, like the perfect age to start your first successful startup, you
yeah,
told that first you fail, second you fail, third you fail, and for me it looks like something that I need to build up a skill because
yes,
for me it's like a sport. First time on wakeboard, I don't start, even didn't stand, and like surfing, yeah, the years have passed since I'm able to first catch my big wave.
your first wave,
Big
yeah.
wave. I meant half a meter, yeah. So, is it about luck and passion or skill? Finally,
It's about having the passion enough for you to build the skill. Because if you don't have the passion to be resilient, to always keep trying and to keep testing new ideas and to experiment, you won't be getting the skill. And if you have the passion, you can, even if you don't have the skill, you can find people that have the skill. So you can find a co-founder that will help you build the product if you don't have that technical skill. You can use AI nowadays to really help you build something. So I would say more passion than skill.
that's to be honest, that's great. Yeah, and lot of startuppers I know, successful startuppers who are ready to make exit or ready made exit, are saying that actually when I will be on my kind of successful startup path, there will be a moment where I gonna feel that everything will fail very soon. Like tomorrow, I will have nothing. When I pass this point and still survive and continue thinking that okay, and tomorrow I will die. And it happened during the year or so. It will happen a moment where like 1 hour later, it will be really the end. And at this point, the success comes that something mystic happens and the startup raises. Thank you so much, JP. I think we had an extremely long, extremely comprehensive discussion. And a very, very last question. I wanted to be asked from the deep of my heart, as it is saying in my own country. How may we help to continue your movement with the startup studio and incubation, because you're doing really great, and if we can help by some way, I mean, as a society, I would love to foster this.
So sorry, Daniel. I totally lost you. My connection went bad. I think
No, all good.
it knows that we are ending this conversation. It said, but can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to say that what you're doing with incubator and startup studio is great, and I just was wondering, may we as a society to help you by some way?
What we One of our missions is to foster this type of ecosystem and this type of mindset in younger generations. So, because when you are young and when you have that passion, you feel that you can conquer the world. If you have the right mindset and if you can build the right skills, you can have a really great impact. And it might be my view of Portugal, but Portuguese talent is not yet being fully how can I say, uh, we are not taking advantage of the full potential that we have from young entrepreneurs, and we need to build more young entrepreneurs in Portugal. So we need more cases of founders that are willing to share their stories, their learnings, their failures, because I think that we as a society of Portuguese, the Portuguese people are very afraid to say that they fail. Not sure why, but it's typical from and you can see the difference between Portuguese and, for instance, like United States Americans. Um, So I really believe that we need to work on the younger generation so we can really see the huge impact that we can have.
Okay. We're going to help with it. And I think that hackathon is a very right place. Thank you
This
so
is
much,
great, yeah.
JP. So, yeah,
Thank you,
returning
Daniel.
back to the hackathon was great discussion.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to
Bye.
everyone. Bye bye.
Yeah, that's what participants have to have. Oh my God, it was a great discussion with the JP. Even my soapbox light has gone out of charge. I think we should have a small break for lunch, but the hackathon is ongoing. And dear participants, you soon should have seen the schedule of the second checkpoint. That's mandatory to visit to align with experts your solutions. And to get a little bit more attention, we continue heading our second speech with Asraf about data applications. That's going to happen less than in 1 hour. Then it will be consequently prolonged with a great podcast about AI, genetic AI. And we can't wait to see you all in person tomorrow. Right now, I'm switching off for a while, for a little, to recharge the softbox. And we see each other very, very soon with Asraf on discussion. See you later and continue hacking. Have a great luck. Thank you. Oh, hi everyone. So unexpectedly entered the live. So we are heading our session with Asraf about how to use data for making decision and developing your product. And originally the speech named yeah, data informed iteration in product development. I think it's a very comprehensive topic, and let me put a little context here. So, first of all, I would like to say that our hackathon is undergoing. Our teams are building solutions, and this is awesome because hackathon is a place where we test, validate, and build. Everything goes fine, and we continue wishing you a great luck with your solution. So it's be the best happen to you in your life regarding the building and creating. We are heading the second checkpoint. It's gonna held 7 p.m. Lisbon time. We're gonna announce it after the next session. We will have a round table between Dmitry and Abhishek Singh from Canada, talking about the genetic AI. But right now, return back to the data-driven decisioning. So it's my most favorite topic. We have some secret guest for today. It's a great person, found us in LinkedIn, and we've been really fascinated by how this person build an attitude. So Asraf Anwar, he is working at Asana. Me personally, I not prefer to use any issue tracker during the hackathon because I think that something should be dropped in the chat and that's it. But when we doing a big projects or projects like our platform, we for sure having a backlog of tickets. And Asana is the system that may help to streamline the development process, or to be honest, any production process. And Asraf is a data scientist there. He prepared the slides, and also it's very important to say that he completed a bachelor from Columbia University, master's from New York University, and he a lot works to product managers, designers, software development, and knows a lot on SDLC, software development lifecycle. So Asraf is a great person to listen to about his ideas on a data-driven decisioning. And I would like to welcome Asraf to the main scene. Hi, Asraf, glad to see you. Yeah. And, yeah. How did you find us?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually saw that you guys were like hosting this hackathon, and I was like very, very curious because I'm based here in New York, and I've worked with other startup founders and engineers here in New York. And I saw that the hackathon you'd organized for like Lisbon was kind of centered around the startup scene and culture inside of Portugal. So curious to learn more about Europe and wanted to be involved however I could.
That awesome. Have you ever been to Lisbon?
I have once, yeah. It's been a couple of years at this point. But I remember I loved I loved everybody's attitude there. I feel like it was like a very nice, laid back city, a good place to kind of like relax, you know? Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's so cool. Well, we have a red bridge, the same as in San Francisco, so that's why Lisbon is so startup atmosphere city. And okay, how long time are you working at Asana?
I've been at Asana for about like 2.5 years now at this point. I like joined them right after I graduated from like my program at NYU. And yeah, it's like I guess like I've been kind of like focused a little bit there in terms of like the data science process. So working with product managers and designers in terms of like iteration for the product. And the other thing that I think like kind of like drew me to the hackathon that you have here is also just I have experience working with other startup founders here inside of New York too, kind of like helping them out in terms of product ideation. And one of the things that I really like about hackathons is how you can use it as like a framing space to start building into like bigger and bigger ideas and companies. I think this is actually what you were presenting on / talking to Joao about earlier. Yeah, so I think it's like a perfect kind of like a build up kind of thing there, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So I wanna make a kind of stupid thing, but anyways, let's try. Jira or Utrecht?
Jira or Utrecht? Oh, that's a good question. I think I'm more used to using Jira, I guess.
Okay, Jira or Rike?
I'd still say Jira, I'm sorry. I think that might just be like exposure kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. Jira or Asana?
Asana, yeah, obviously. I think Asana.
Asana or Todoist?
I would say Asana, genuinely speaking. One of the great things about Asana is we actually use Asana extensively at Asana. And it's like, if you leverage Asana, I think like it's like a really good way to keep yourself on top of everything that you need to do. So I actually have like a personal instance of Asana that I kind of like keep running on like my own phone to just kind of track through everything I've got to do, you know? Yeah.
May Lxthon as a project have a little discount on Asana if I tell Asana 5 more times during this live?
Ha, no comments on that one, I think.
Okay. But to be honest, yeah, we work closely to Asana. We have Asana special startup program from our incubator in Build Up Labs, and we use Asana in one of our projects. So actually, it's a great tool. And I would like to be a little bit more serious. So I just was wondering, you connected with SDLC, and for me, SDLC is about like plenty of metrics that can be accounted about the Scrum process. Let's take Scrum. It's not only about a burn down diagram that everyone mentioned from the first lines, but also it's about defects ratio, it's a velocity, it's a capacity, it's maybe what it can be. Any other metrics? What metrics you also count in?
Yeah. I think so SDLC, I think like it's like a macrocosm of like the greater product development lifecycle, so PDLC, right? And I think like you hit it right on the head. SDLC, usually you kind of want to organize into like manageable short-term sprints. So you're either operating on like a weekly or a bi-weekly sprint process, and the goal, usually you have an engineer who is like your like lead and like who's organizing the rest of the team, who's working together with a product manager and a data scientist like I am. And the goal is to track like actual product metrics so that when you are developing like additional products, you make sure that you're optimizing for usage on your platform. There's multiple ways that you can track stuff like that. You can either have like an in-house platform that tracks usage metrics for like different like product funnels. You can use things like either Google Analytics or Mixpanel as well that kind of like looks at user interactions with your platform or the product that you have. And I'm going to get into this a little bit when we go through like my presentation in like a little bit, but there's a component here called A/B testing that I think is like kind of important, which is once you've developed a new product feature or like a change inside of your funnel, instead of just like throwing that into like the general like product population or like the people that are utilizing your platform, you want to have like a holdout group. So this is people who don't actually see the new thing that you've developed, and you want to compare the metrics between the two to make sure you've actually improved what you were trying to improve. This is kind of like where statistics and like you know a little bit more complex mathematics kind of goes into it. But the goal here is you're not doing it purely like on vibes, you know, like this isn't just like based on your feeling, it's based on what you're actually observing from your users so that you can incorporate the change.
Yeah. Well, the very last question before I leave you with your presentation. I saw the slides. Extremely cool, so guys. Folks, I recommend you to stay here in live and listen to us. So, if you imagine that I'm a startup and I use in Asana or any other tool, it doesn't matter. But which 3 most important product metrics you will recommend me to account, even if I don't like to?
That's totally fair. Yeah. So I think like it depending on your product platform, you will have different like product metrics that are the most important for you. And I think what you need to do when you're starting up your development process is to define a North Star metric. So if I'm, for example, some kind of a social media platform, early on, if something that would be extremely important for me would be customer acquisition, so signups, right? But then if I'm a different type of platform, maybe I'm something like a video sharing platform, then the most important North Star metric for me would actually be the number of people that are like watching or clicks and engagement, right? So we're going to get into that in like a little bit as well, but 3 types of metrics that I think like everybody should try to kind of define as they're developing their product. One is the North Star. This is what you're optimizing for. One is the guardrail metric. This is like your metric like revenue or retention and stuff like that. These are things that you don't want to harm. And then the last one are general usage learning metrics. So these are metrics that you're observing on the day-to-day, and you're kind of using that to figure out what you want to develop further inside of your product. But yeah, I think I'll get into that a little bit more in like a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, sounds awesome. So I think it's a very right point to start with your presentation. So as Raf Anwar at Lxthon, Let's make it.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. All right, yeah. So I think like starting point that I kind of want to impress on everybody is that we're going to be talking about what it means to use data in terms of like informing your product development process. There's two parts of this that I think are like kind of important. So one part of it is when you're a more mature company, and the other part of it is when you're like a startup where you're iterating from like a younger, like, you know, like from like a younger company age perspective, right? So a lot of products actually just generally fail, unfortunately, inside of like the, you know, like the startup slash company development process. Up to 85% of new products inside of the United States fail each year, and it's often because of like a poor PDLC process or a product development lifecycle process before the actual launch happened, right? So as we talked about earlier with Daniil, SDLC, or software development, is like a component of the greater product development lifecycle. So I'm going to get into the PDLC component first, and then we're going to talk about SDLC a little bit more. So PDLC really starts with kind of like understanding a structured approach towards product commercialization. I think a thing that I've often seen with like startup founders, or at least folks that I've worked with here in New York, is that often commercialization starts with somebody having like a really good, strong technical idea. But because these are people who are from like an overtly technical background, they have a harder time understanding monetization or execution. And this is where PDLC kind of helps. So PDLC you can use a number of established frameworks like new product development or the IDEO framework, or just like lean startup. These are all things that we'll go into in future slides. But what matters is actually forming an opinion in terms of market research and product market fit before you jump straight into like the execution process. And then once you've completed initial execution with an MVP or a minimum viable product, you want to iterate on it. This involves like actual extensive user testing. So you want to try to get like a product partner or somebody on the field who's agreed to test run your product and is actually working with you to develop like proper product market fit, so you can then expand outwards and get more and more clients, right? So let's start off with the first part. The most important part, obviously, of developing a startup is starting up. And that involves generating actual ideas and then figuring out the viability of what you're actually trying to develop. In this part of the PDLC process, I would invite most people to be just generally open-ended in terms of like the approach they're taking to different solutions. It might be the case that there are some hot new technologies available in like the space that you kind of want to implement and like, put on top of a solution. But I think inside of the brainstorming session, you should really try to be kind of open-ended with your co-founders. During this period, it usually is the most beneficial if you have a diverse set of co-founders, right? If you have somebody who is like a little bit more technically talented, but then also somebody who is like a little bit more talented on like the financial side or maybe the market research side, working together to actually figure out proper industries that you might want to enter is pretty good. A big thing right now, I think like this is like probably clear for anybody who's inside of like the software space, is the utilization of LLMs and like different artificial intelligence models, right? So when you're thinking about developing a new startup, you might identify a novel new technology that you're interested in executing, and then look at different industries that you think are ripe for disruption. And this is where viability research really comes into it, right? This involves looking at actual industry trends, targeting market needs as you've identified it. And then I think this part is like usually a little bit, unfortunately, like missing from a few startup founders that I've worked with in the past, figuring out customer demographics and competition, right? So I think I'm going to provide like a little bit of like an anecdotal thing here, but one of like the founders that I've like kind of like chatted with / worked with in the last couple of years developed a novel like product that involved segmenting different file systems inside of your computer network, and then kind of sprawling them out, so that you flatten the file system inside of your computer from like the general like Windows-based file system to a flattened 2D sprawl. The idea here was to let artists and people who work with photographs visualize as many of their photographs and artworks as possible. And this actually was like a really, really cool product, right? The idea was if you were running into issues where your losing track of the number of files that you have inside of your computer, and you lose old images and artwork that you've worked in the past, this will make it easier to identify that. When they initially tried to monetize this, though, they didn't do proper customer demographic research, and so they tried to sell it to artists and photographers who were freelance, but these were not people who could really generate revenue for them, right? And ultimately, this kind of became like a lag in their initial funding because they couldn't figure out a proper path towards monetization. And it was only later that they figured out that, oh, this is actually something that can also be sold to like different, like, you know, online markets or online e-commerce platforms who might try to create galleries of their products, right? So when we're talking about customer demographics, I think an important consideration is a little bit into that product market fit. And this is kind of like goes into that viability research. Let's say you've done this, you've identified the idea that you want, you figured out viability, and you think that you've got something that can be a good fit. What kind of goes next in terms of like the foundations of success? A few different things that you kind of want to dive into a little bit more, right? You've done initial viability research, you've done initial idea generation. So now let's go a little bit deeper into each of those individual components that would make your research further, like a further success. So when we talk about industry trends and forecasts, I think this is something that I think is like often a little bit more geared towards a co-founder who is on like maybe like the financial or like technical, like, you know, commercial execution side. But I think what I'm trying to nudge folks towards here is actually looking at other competitors in the space and not operating purely on the assumption that the product that they're developing is something that won't be subsumed by competitors in the field. So this is kind of like another kind of building on the example from earlier. Other companies that were more mature in the space, unfortunately, had also kind of considered development of the product that this, like, you know, this co-founder had like considered. And so if you have a large competitor like Adobe, who's inside of the space and is already kind of established, building on top of the product that you've kind of developed, you're obviously going to get kind of squeezed out of the market, right? And so this is where each of the individual components of like research kind of becomes extremely important. I would nudge everybody to do proper industry analysis and to really think about the competitors that they have within the space and whether or not disruption is truly possible. And this usually involves identifying whether or not these competitors have identifiable gaps. And honestly, for a lot of established competitors, it might actually be as easy as reaching out to people who are utilizing those products and seeing if there's a sufficient pain point in terms of like their product usage that you think your new product and the way that you're developing it could fit into that gap, right? All of these different 4 components that I have here, industry analysis, marketing, like target market exploration, customer demographics, and competitive analysis, all kind of work in tandem to kind of inform that decision. And I think like it's a very, very core component of that initial setup for success. Once you have all these things, you've kind of like developed that backbone to support like the product. This is a little bit where I would again invite technical members of your founding team to work with like a very good designer. So just kind of like running it back, we've identified the need for somebody with strong technical execution during the ideation phase. We've identified the need for somebody with very good research / like more of like a like market commercialization execution during the research phase. And now a little bit more on the UX design side. I think when you're thinking about how to create and bring to life the value proposition that you have for your startup, it's important to work with somebody who's a little bit better on the design side before you just kind of like, you know, bring something straight to market. So this is kind of like a tandem development process in my mind. As you're going through this component of like the PDLC cycle, you're working both with your design partner and with your technical execution partner to develop a series of prototypes. And these prototypes should ideally be released out to potential users so that you can continually test and iterate on the prototype. We talked about this a little bit earlier with Daniil, but a way that a mature company basically does something like this is through the SDLC, or the software development lifecycle, with something that we call A/B testing. If you're a mature company, you have the benefit of having a large number of established users, and you can release small adjustments or increments to your product inside of like those weekly or bi-weekly sprints. And over the course of a sprint, you have a holdout group or users who don't have experience with a new change in the prototype, whereas you have some folks who do have experience with like the new change in the prototype, and you can statistically measure differences in terms of the actual product metrics that you care about between these two groups. The product metrics are what I had mentioned earlier in terms of both the North Star metric, or the thing that you're trying to optimize for, the guardrail metric, or the thing that you cannot harm no matter what, and then finally those learning metrics in terms of like local utilization of like the actual product, right? So what do each of these things mean? I'm gonna get a little bit granular here, and I am gonna like have space for like Q&A with like I think Danielle and other folk after the presentation is over. So please do like feel free to come back to this part if you guys are curious. But when we talk about the North Star metric, depending on the product space that you have, this should ideally be something that funnels towards whatever mission statement or execution statement you have for your product. If I were a social media platform like Facebook or Meta or something like that, for example, what's the most important for me is continued user engagement. So the number of weekly active users that are on my platform is very important for me. And this would be something that I would measure as a North Star metric instead of like these A/B tests, right? At the same time, though, I'm a commercial entity. So I'm somebody who wants money, right? And so ad revenue or like the recurring revenue that I generate from my platform is not something that I want to compromise. So this would be my guardrail metric. This is something that inside of any of my new changes, I want to make sure I'm not harming. I might also, as a product development partner, be interested in how the specific utilization of different components of my platform changes as a consequence of the new change that I introduced. So because I made a new way to view videos inside of like the feed or something like that, I now care about how that impacts the amount of chats that a user might introduce. These types of local metrics fall into the learning metric bucket that I mentioned earlier. So these are the core three components of the metric bucket that you want to kind of compare whenever you've developed a new prototype or an incremental improvement and you want to compare the different like types of releases that you have. But I mentioned earlier that this is kind of the case for a lot of mature companies, right? It's like very easy for a mature company to do this because they usually have like an established user base. So then how is a startup supposed to kind of like operate within that space? How does a startup actually, iteratively develop their prototypes? This is kind of where the idea of an established product partner is really beneficial to like a lot of startup co-founders. So I think what I'm trying to say here is if you can find that first client that is willing to be a development partner or a first series of users that are willing to be development partners for you, you can kind of build on that to develop what I would call qualitative data points for prototyping. And this involves fast release cycles where you're making incremental changes and then you're checking in as soon as you can with these additional development partners in the form of like your first client or your first set of users in order to gather feedback on your product iteratively, right? So the way that you would do something like this, there's like a number of different tools that are available from Google Analytics all the way out to Mixpanel and stuff like that, is up to you. But generally speaking, the importance of qualitative feedback is very important when you're inside of that early startup phase. And then as you develop more and more users and you start having more and more people on board onto your platform, you start going from 10 users to 50 to 100, that's when you shift a little bit more towards that A/B testing space, where now that you have the numbers, you can statistically compare the value proposition from like different prototypes you have inside of your SDLC cycle. You're now past that initial prototyping and you've kind of created that 1.0 MVP that you want to release, right? So this is like where I think like the importance of like that initial commercialization or monetization execution partner kind of comes into play again. This is where you're now at launch day and you're thinking really about like whether or not you're going to be successful. Pre-marketing your releases is like extremely important. And interestingly enough, marketing is also something that you can kind of A/B test on, and is something that you can leverage a lot of like the strategies that we discussed earlier. In terms of the designing process falls into it. So how would that happen? You can basically iterate on your different marketing / commercialization strategies by looking at the engagement metrics that come back to you based on whatever advertisement campaign or based on whatever outreach campaign you have inside of your platform, right? So the way that you collect data and information here is not just limited to those software interactions, but is also actually in terms of successful conversion events that you have inside of your marketing interactions before your launch day, right? Let's say that I'm launching some kind of a new chatbot or something like that, and I want as many of the people as possible inside of like some kind of a university platform or university campus to use it, and I'm utilizing different advertisement avenues, either Google Chat's ad services or Facebook's ad services, or maybe Instagram's ad services. Each of these services will offer analytics to you in terms of user engagement with the actual ad posts that you've presented and the marketing platforms that you've presented. And you can collect this information back and adjust your marketing schema or your marketing proposal in an appropriate way that maximizes engagement with what you're actually releasing. So this is like another way in which you can kind of like optimize for success before launch day. Generally speaking, I would suggest doing this if you have sufficient budgets for this. So this is like if you've like raised enough to support this type of like an in-depth marketing campaign before launch day, this could be a very, very big, marker towards success. I would say that if you're operating more from like a lean model, customer acquisition would be kind of like falling into a similar iterative, qualitative to quantitative model that I discussed earlier for startups to a mature company. So again, two paths here, depending on what kind of budget considerations you have for like pre-launch marketing, but both of them pretty straightforward, in my opinion, and making sure you do them before the actual launch day does make or break in terms of like that success, right? Okay. Earlier when we were talking about PDLC strategies and frameworks, I mentioned that there are a number of pre-established frameworks that you can kind of follow. New product development or stage gate is one of them. The IDEO process is another one, and then the final one is that lean startup process that I've kind of written out here. In terms of the framework that you use, I think it's important to kind of test with the team that you've gathered which framework works best for everybody's like work style. I think like if trying to fit a framework onto a team where they don't necessarily resonate with the design process is not going to be conducive for success. I will say, however, I personally have kind of like a leaning towards that lean startup process where you're kind of emphasizing experimentation and kind of building, measuring, building, measuring, building, measuring to go from an idea into like an MVP is usually very, very good if you're constrained on budget. So if the amount of money and the amount of like starting capital you have for your startup is like a little bit more like on the limited side. If you're a little bit more established in terms of like the funding that you have, I think a combination of StageGate and IDEO would be pretty good too. But once again, I think this really kind of depends on the scale and scope of your operation. But yeah, I think like key takeaways that I want everybody to hopefully take away from like what I've just discussed. That early validation and research is important, and your cross-functional partners are very important for people who are more technically oriented. So you want like a diverse set of backgrounds on your team. I understand that there's a lot of people out there who are like, no, technical only. I will say, I think if you just have a million technical people, it's usually a little bit harder to monetize. So just putting that out there. The second part, I think, is iteration is quite important as well. And this involves working with this, like either a product partner and in order to kind of like gather qualitative feedback and iterate, or kind of going more into that A/B testing loop if you're a more established company. And then finally, choosing like that kind of like right PDLC framework to help your team out, depending on how folks are on your team, is pretty important as well. But yeah, PDLC also does not really end at launch. You want to make sure that you're continuing to gather sales, customer marketing, research after you've gotten that MVP 0 out and iterating as well. And the process for doing that is about the same as what I discussed already. It's all iterative. You're continuing to gather those kinds of like usage data, and you're continuing to iterate based on the metrics that you've predefined. Yeah, that's all for me. I'm going to pause here in case there are any questions that folks can go through. Daniil, I think you might be muted.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's true. Azra, thank you very much for such a comprehensive speech. I just would like to ask our producer if we have any questions on the YouTube, because I may not see it in real time. But from my side, I think I have a small set of questions we for sure should discuss. And yeah, so no questions for now, but to be honest, everyone is open to ask the questions. So, regarding your journey in this, can I call it data-driven decisioning to be short, or it's something different?
Data-driven, yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, to be honest, on my LinkedIn page, like on a banner, I posted a thing that I call data-driven and storytelling decisioning. So, like, I mean, that's not everything can be counted with the data. Sometimes we need stories from people to respect their wish and so on. So, I just wanted to know, like, how do you see, how do you approach the things that are incountable from the first glance? Are you willing to count them, or do you also love some kind of storytelling instead of metrics?
No, that's a great question. So I think when it comes down to data-driven storytelling, a thing that I would honestly like invite most people to consider is that things that you think are uncountable actually do end up being countable. So what I mean by that is you start from the question that your product partner has. So for example, somebody comes to you and they say, hey, I want to know whether or not my new UX interface, my new UI interface is actually improving the amount of money that I get. And you think to yourself, oh, all you've made is a change in a button. How am I supposed to measure whether or not one button UI UX change has actually improved ARR or revenue for the company? Well, the answer is you can actually break down components of the funnel. So number of people logging in, number of people seeing that new change that you've implemented, the number of people that are actually clicking into it, and utilizing like an analytics tool, either like, maybe let's say Google Analytics or something like a Mixpanel, you can break down interactions with each part of that funnel. And by looking at that, you can statistically then compare between the two sides, right? You then link that back to the product. So you now have more data, you have more information. You can link that back to the product storytelling that you want to do, where you're like, hey, I'm a product development team. I implemented this UI UX change, and you told me you wanted to know whether or not this actually had measurable improvement inside of like the money I'm bringing the company. Well, yes, we do. And the reason that we do is because we know from each part of this component or each part of this funnel, we've improved actual user engagement and clicks. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. And I think that actually one more question on my side is that we are like, it was always very complicated to distinguish like data scientists between machine learning specialists. Like I would say 10 years ago, it was literally the same because there were no deep machine learning, and machine learning was really the pure data science. But nowadays, we like 2 years ago, we entered the era of large language models that are now converted to the agentic. I feel soon it's going to become a general AI and so on and so on. And my question is that what do you think about making the stories accounted? Because nowadays, the art of data scientist is to find countable relations, things that we may convert to numbers, like embeddings for words, and so on. But don't you feel like it's becoming easy peasy now?
Yeah, a little bit. But I think like that's like the beauty of like new technologies and releases, right? So I think like, I mean, there are a lot of people who like talk about this, I think, like on like general media. So people from like A16Z all the way to Andres and Horowitz, right? So like, I would say things becoming easier means more people can do it efficiently. So you can think of this as like tools that are unlocking / making your job easier, and therefore more people can efficiently engage in data science. So if anything, the suggestion that I would have for most people to consider is now you have all these tools available, so you should start integrating it into your product development cycle, into your startup cycle, right? Because the costs are only going to go down. The cost of implementing all these changes are only going to go down. So why not try to make your development process more efficient? To your earlier question, in terms of like differentiating like what like a data scientist is and all that kind of stuff, a data scientist, I'd say, wears multiple different hats. So they're doing all like the data engineering and like, you know, LLM slash science-based components that you mentioned, but they're also helping out inside of that product development cycle. So this is kind of like a thing where I think an argument could be made of becoming more of a trained full stack data scientist, where you're kind of doing all parts of that. And as you'd mentioned, we have all these tools now. It's easier to do these things. So why not become better at the end-to-end process? You know? Yeah.
This is extremely thoughtful, to be honest. I mean that, like, okay, let's make the questions this way. So, how do you think? What's the bigger problem nowadays on the market? Like more companies that's over focusing on metrics, or companies over focusing on stories? For
That's a
me,
good
like
question.
it's obvious.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. Well, actually, like, why don't I throw that question back to you first? I'm curious what you think, and then
Yeah, I think that we are like struggling of a dramatical number of companies that don't count anything.
yeah, that's good. Okay, so I think it's probably depends on the life cycle of the company. And so what I mean by that is we kind of got into it during my presentation, but when you're a startup, the story and the qualitative feedback matters more because you don't have the raw numbers, right? So the metrics and the counting becomes very important when you have enough people to do that kind of statistical A/B testing. So early on, you're going to be working with those product partners or development partners where you're going to be iterating based on that qualitative feedback that you receive. But it's very important to realize that when you hit a point of maturation, when you hit a point where you have hundreds of users and there are too many people for you to be interviewing and keeping everybody happy at the same time, that's when that A/B testing and that statistical like testing becomes very important. So that's when you start measuring to actually make sure that it's not just based on vibes, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And how do you think from starting what headcount companies must to account metrics?
That's a good question. I'd say like when you hit like I would do it based on like revenue and customer maturity. So when you start entering a space where you have larger enterprise clients, it's like a must that you should start doing A/B testing. When you're in a space where you're like maybe selling to like one or two users, you know, maybe 10, 15 users, and they're all like a little bit like smaller fish, not as important, right? But when you get to that enterprise level and you have like revenue maturity, must. Yeah.
Totally agree with you. And yeah, Azraf, it was an extreme pleasure to have you here at Lxthon. Thank you so much for noticing us. And I think that actually we're heading our second checkpoint. We wish you a great teams because you are an expert at our hackathon. And for sure, like we wish you a great career in a data scientist. And so let's keep connected. Even after checkpoint, tomorrow you participate as jury and join us online for round table for other discussions. Unfortunately, dry surf lesson is not so accessible online. But anyways, thank you very much for being with us, and we hope to see you again soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. Take care.
Thank you very much. So we continue our hackathon, and our next streaming is going to be held in 20 minutes. We will have a round table between Dmitry Gramkin and Abhishek Singh about the AI agentic tools. See you there and continue building. See you soon. Bye. No, see you later. Ah, hi again. It's getting closer to the evening, and we are still at Lxthon building our solution within three AI challenges. Yeah, let me recap it a little. We have a Lxchat as an edtech AI platform, and the first course, I don't know, been done in intent or not, is a quantum computing. I think it's to break the security algorithms. Yeah. The second challenge is from ideas.xyz. It's about recognizing blood vessel from the eye whites. And the third challenge is a Vexa AI. It's a digital AI assistant for the meetings. You may say that it's just like yet another stupid assistant, but it's not. It's open source and it can run independently, run standalone. That's making it a game changer, as well as it can recognize several languages at the same time, and it's working really precisely. And today we having a session that should have been started 5 minutes ago about agentic AI and how it's gonna transform the software as a service management. For this discussion, we invited our two experts. First of them is Dmitry Granky, who is the author of Vexa AI, Challenge. Yeah. And the second is Abhishek Singh, who is co-founder at O Plus Startup and also a CEO. Guys, very glad to see you here.
Pleasure. Thank you for inviting us.
How do you do today?
Well, I'm pretty awesome, and the weather is also good over here. So overall, it's an amazing day. What about yours?
Abhishek, you're in Canada now, yeah?
Yeah, I'm in Vancouver.
Oh, what's time is it now for you?
Well, it's 10 a.m. So yeah,
10
a bit early in the day.
Morning call with us, yeah?
Precisely.
Yeah,
I see
exactly.
you guys are almost at the end of the day of yours, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, our hackathon is coming to the sunset because actually we will have our talk about 40 minutes and then we should announce the second checkpoint. Teams checking with an expert and then go sleep. If following the advice of our, we recorded a podcast like a winning stack. We have 3 episodes and everyone recommending to sleep during the hackathon, not hacking like 2 days round club. Well, anyways, it's upon a team choice. Who knows? Okay, Dmitry, how do you feel? How your teams are going? Like, what's interesting from the checkpoint, from communication to the team to solve any challenge?
Yeah, we spent the whole day supporting the hackathon, and guys are doing well. We've got a few teams that are building something really exciting. Just because Vexa is the API, is infrastructure layer, so guys can have it as an extra dimension into their workflows, and so they are now have access to Google Meet transcripts as they come, real time or after meetings. So it brings a lot of new data and new gems to their products.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you so much, Dmitry. Yeah, Abhishek, it's a very important question. Have you ever been to Lisbon?
Unfortunately not yet, but I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, you should too, because actually, together with Dmitry, we are also launching AI Tinkerers at Lisbon. It's for the AI builders. And we will have our first dry run meetup within a venue during a hackathon. Yeah. And whenever you come to us to Lisbon, we specifically for you will do the AI Tinkerers meetup, like a special edition. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm curious. Do you know about this? It's a global community of AI practitioners. It's restricted to those who build actually every day, and it's about 40,000 people around the globe. Local meetings, about monthly local meetings, and we have just launched this one. Just together with the hackathon. So tomorrow we've got our inauguration meeting with this.
Oh wow, That's amazing, guys. All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know actually, to be honest.
Imagine we take all of these 40K people and we can build any agentic AI, whatever we wanted to. Because I think it's the most popular topic nowadays is the startups that are closing because their agentic AI is not AI, it's
Well, I certainly agree on that aspect because like I follow closely the SF Bay Area towards like what investments is kind of happening and what new products that they are delivering. And here's something that the trajectory I've seen in at least in the YC. So YC generates a list of what kind of applications that they would like to fund, right? And in the last 1 to 2 years, what they have transitioned is like they wanted to solve some core problems using some solutions as in like code and stuff. But recently they have transitioned all the way from when they were using this cryptocurrency all the way towards the agentic AI. And even the agentic AI there, they have transitioned towards a full scale agentic AI. So giving you for an example like how Vexa AI does that, hey, I can get the transcript right now. So technically I have literally like Vexa AI has literally created a solution that I don't need a note taker anymore, and I don't have to even invest my money for getting some Fireflies or Auto.ai kind of an application, but I can leverage a Vexa AI right now. And in that same trajectory, I will say that agentic AI is moving way more in the cooler space where the stuff that we were unable to achieve in like in a few months time frame, now because of the agentic AI, this transition is kind of happening in way less than like a day or so. So yeah, it's a very cool technology and really excited about it.
Yeah, you got it absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah, the idea behind that was just to get rid of annoying UIs, like this fixed workflows, and just give the future agent, future agentic workflows a new tool via like possibly via MCP, so that like the user agent can do whatever it needs to do alongside with any other APIs and MCP service are around.
I agree, and I think in this direction, and just brainstorming in the real time over here, just thinking out loud that you mentioned a very good information about the MCPs, right? So what actually Vexa can like have a future here that hey, you have getting the transcript now because the agent can identify the action items. From there onwards, it can automatically hit the MCPs that I can have connected inside the Vexa. So instead of relying on something as a front end view where like N10 or make.com, like how everyone is connecting the dots, like Vexa AI can literally take the ownership and do the stuffs automatically for the individuals instead of like we can just talk and things get being done, right? So a next level of agentic AI kind of thing.
Yeah. My hand raised. I think I need to say very important thing. That actually let me be that person that say okay, and didn't you see the Terminator movie with didn't you see the Matrix? So my question is that like let's give a little bit more context to people, because for me machinery, like I'm even not saying computer, I'm saying machinery, since the first industrial revolution, because people are considering what's happening right now as a second industrial revolution. And so since the first industrial revolution, machinery been bringing us the devices where we can put our own input and receive some output. Yeah. And let's say, I know that you both are great experts, and you can discuss it on a very high matter. But let's make it easy from the beginning and then go deeper and deeper. So you both got on the thing that actually agentic AI can collaborate between itself, I would say themselves, without the user. But anyways, I just would like to understand what's going to happen with the most fundamental thing. What we gonna input and what will we have as an output? If you may have provide some examples, would be awesome.
Sure, Dimitri, what do you want to take a stab on that, or do you?
As an input, you got a question, and as or request, and as an output, you got an answer or a product. And
What was real example? Like, I don't know. I want to buy a car.
yeah, I want to buy a car. Buy a car for me that suits my like my family needs and my budget. And I got a car. Um, yeah, fundamentally, it's like it's the ideal world that's about, and the all the rest is just the internet of server MCP servers or APIs, which don't need anymore any kind of UIs, because like we got basically need the only UI, which is I'm as a user need right now to be able to express myself for what I need, and for what is to describe my choice. And yeah, and basically that's it, and assess the result and go and the feedback loop. That's it. What you say, Abhishek?
Well, I 100% agree with you, Dimitri. Just taking a bit of an additional approach over here. So because Opla AI, what we have developed here as well, is very much like an agentic system, and my goal is to like think in the direction like how the product managers or any business owner, for example, you as well, in the Vexa, Dimitri, what you are doing is you are taking the feedback and iterating the solution, right? So I'm just thinking out loud that hey, I, as a owner or a business owner or a project person, what I will want to know from the agent or the artificial intelligence that, hey, tell me which feature should I work on next, right? That is the only question I will put in the LLM. Now, the agentic AI should automatically give me response by verifying the user's conversion, the churn rate, also any feedbacks, informations like that, and then give me a response that, hey, because of all these informations, you should prioritize working on, let's say, MCP integration or maybe some additional integration, stuff like that. So in my ideal goal will be to give a very small question to the system as an agentic AI. It should automatically identify the need from that particular question and the context behind that particular question with the relevant information available to it, and then give me a very curated response so that I can take an action from there, or the agent itself takes an action to suffice my need, basically. So that's what will be my ideal goal.
Okay, so it's more like the workflow example, and in this workflow example, you got the basically the large language model taking decisions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, taking decisions for which is inevitable. Some level of decision making needs to be, yeah, yeah. You need the room for this, and fundamentally here is the question is whether AI is general enough to be able to do so, which is able to plan, to reason, to plan, to understand the physical world. This is what are the definitions given, yeah, by Jan LeCun about these things, and for now it's still not quite there, and we need a human here in order to do it right. And that's a good. I think it's a good news for us.
I think like it is amazing news for us, and just adding on top of that. So if taking the example of how Cloud Code currently does that in the terminal, if I'm writing and asking it to do something, it will say me that, hey, would you want me to proceed or not, or do you want me to give full access to do whatever I want to do, basically. So that is the level of guidance the human has to sit, and I believe for the foreseeable future, still the time like the whole AGI comes into existence, the human intervention will always be needed, because the guidance to the LLM can only be given by the human, not by the LLM itself. We can define the algorithm or the parameters on the basis of which LLM can guide itself, but end of the day, it has to always be human giving the guidance.
Yeah, this is the question. Is about what's the level you need to stop actually. What's the level of decision making? Because basically, at the higher level, we are humans. We just want to avoid pain towards pleasure, and if there's a final goal, so that is it correct that all the other decisions need to be just decision making can be made by AI below this high level, which is a core, like the fish brain inside us, to feed the fish brain inside us,
Yeah.
or yeah.
So
Or what's the strategy? What's the level of strategic thinking we need to stop? And I argue is that what I argue is that fortunately we're not still there, so we can, so we can deliver this.
yeah, 100%. I agree with you in that context. Like, where exactly should we stop? Should the AI stop? Well, that's where we need to create the stop gaps, as in identifying the decisions that the system shouldn't be taking by itself. So, another example that I saw was from the cursor when I was reviewing some Reddit post, and that's why it was mentioned that cursor itself started telling the user that you cannot use the same credential to log in multiple application. However, that is not the real policy for the cursor, for example, right? And that like pulled the cursor's user base a bit down. Like there was a deviation from the revenue that the cursor was generating. Now that is the stopgap that needs to be created or needs to be done, so that AI automatically doesn't answer something that it shouldn't be, right? So there are certain questions for even for Opla as well. Giving a just example that if anyone goes inside the Opla, and right now we are in the beta stage, so people who are getting onboarded, they ask questions to the agentic AI, and I don't want agentic AI to automatically create a subscription for that particular user, right? So there is a stopgap, and I don't want agentic AI to talk anything in regards to how the subscription works, how the architecture works, basically in the backend, right? So those are also the stopgaps. Similarly, there is another company named as Swan.ai. So they are creating applications, or the AI SDR, basically AI software sales development representatives, and they have the same kind of stopgaps. Like, hey, I don't want my agentic AI to talk anything in regards to what the payment structure looks like, or any kind of issues related to the emotional tolerance, right, or the emotional quotient, basically. So those are the ones, the decisions that only humans should be making, not the LLM. And I don't foresee, at least in the very near future, or at least some near future, that those decisions can be made by the LLM. There has to be those stopgaps, and the human will have to come in.
Should be such decisions be regulated by the government, or how we understand which decisions should be thresholded and which decisions may have take place?
Oh yeah, that's an interesting topic to to discuss. Go ahead, Abhishek.
Well, for me personally, I feel like it is good to have some government intervention, but if we want to let AI flourish, that will reduce the pace with which we evolve. However, we certainly need guidance towards which direction we should be going as a whole human race, precisely, right? Because AI level changes that we are seeing today, it is like the once in a millennium kind of change. Because I see there was as you were saying, Daniel, that there was a machine level kind of expansion in the past, right, in the 1900s ish. Then there was, of course, something came, which was internet bubble, right? And then from the internet bubble, now there is an AI bubble. We are kind of evolving as a humankind. So who can guide us? Well, at least we need some kind of a defining governance, or the defining policies that can help us guide towards the better future, instead of like get into full chaos. So that's what my take is. Dimitri, what's about you?
Yeah, I think that the complication here is that we are not a unified humanity. Is that we've got like we've got the US, we've got China, we've got maybe Europe, if it's but it's got at least 27 heads to, and yeah, any kind of regulation it puts a restriction towards the pace of development. And if you can basically, they can't afford themselves to get into this situation, because otherwise they start losing the the curve, right? And the curve means everything right here, because like a month, a half a year ahead in the AI race can mean everything at some point, when there is a positive feedback loop for self-development of AI. So they just can't afford themselves to do any kind of regulations. The US already abandoned the idea of regulations officially, and China, even it doesn't even say anything about it, but definitely it's a kind of central regulation towards the development. So yeah, that's the complication. So we can do anything, and the China and the US, they can do anything to deliver any kind of safety measures, in fact, in this situation.
Let me add a small story here, that actually in 2018, maybe so, 7 years ago, when I've been to the NASA Moon Mission Museum venue, it's been telling the story, because as NASA and USSR have been in a race for moon, like who first will step on the moon. And the Soviet Union had been developing automatic pilotage system, whereas Americans was utilizing the manually operated systems. Americans won, especially this race. And I tell this story just to highlight that since even before the first industrial revolution, like when we were all riding horses instead of driving cars, like I think it's very deep in our DNA. We apply some input and we get some output. And all agentic systems we have nowadays are still working this way, meaning that actually even Tesla, that's doing a great driver assistance, it's anyways considered as like, I don't know, additional pedal or additional button to control. Yeah, it's very persistent behavior that can be used as assistant by human. But we right now are trying to step into the agentic era. And my question here is that, are we enough ready to delegate such thing as an input? Because I assume it's like to be a human, like to touch and feel something. Yeah, it's an input. And switching to agentic, it means to delegate this very basic sense, isn't it? What do you think? To be honest, I really would like to make this step, but I just want to challenge, like, from what should I start? What transformation should I pass in my mind to be capable to delegate such important thing of mass sensation?
Well, please go ahead, Dimitri.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, like the question is pretty clear at this specific point, just because the AI is pretty down. The LLM as a model is a pretty down thing. It's not now. It's not artificial general intelligence at all right now. So this brings this limitation. So you can look at it as an excavator, and you are the machine operator. So you got really great power. Me as a software developer, I not write, and I even don't read code anymore for the last at least 6 months or something. But for me, it's like when I code like this, it's like having a team of 5 or 6 developers which are in full sync with each other, and we don't have to have these daily meetups all the time. But I am still, this will not work without me. It will not work if I would just say continue. It will not work. It will get out of rails instantly. So I have to be aware at all times what I'm doing, what's the system design. So I'm just on another layer of abstraction. I'm like a team lead now, but the team itself is fully automated, the team. But I need to be, aware of the system design, and like the basic system elements at all
Is
times.
it
And
is
what I'm
it
doing.
is it differs somehow from the just AI empowered team?
It's some kind of different idea. I think it's the AI empowered team. But I'm not sure about what does this mean. You can tell
On
me.
the empowerment, AI empowered team side, every developer stays the developer, but just expected to perform like 30% better than just without
30%, rookie numbers, 30%.
It's an imagine Apple shares raise 30% tomorrow. I'd be
I'm at least like 1000%. Like a last summer, I was a team lead of a team of 7 people, and I don't know, I know what I mean. So these guys are not fully automated. And they do, some of them do have their own automated teams, but some just continue doing what they do. Yeah. So yeah, the thing is that I still have to be, at all times I have to understand what I'm doing. So this is the hard limit here, but this limit is not embodied in the nature of the universe, and it's going to change. It's changing all the time. The bar is getting higher and higher all the time for the large language model. Yeah. So we are not at this point to make this the decision whether we want it or not. But when we are at that point, it will be already too late.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Dimitri on that one. And one thing I feel like the LLM, uh, I think it will take some time for LLMs to achieve that kind of autonomous way of thinking where they can decipher the emotions, right? And that is where they are going to lag a lot, that they cannot understand the emotional quotient that, as you were telling Dan, that, hey, if I touch myself, I am getting a kind of a feeling, right? So that is an emotion kind of getting in. LLMs are getting an information. They're working as a machine just to doing the calculations and giving you the response at this time, right? But the decisions in, especially in the business or almost day-to-day activities, that whatever we do, the decisions are very much influenced by our emotions. The moment we can decipher like how we can ingest the emotional quotient inside the LLM, either by just kind of a prompting or something, that's when this whole agentic solution can be solved, in my opinion.
It's sounding like a new way to interrupt personal space, like you touch my LLM. Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah, and so yeah, LLMs are good at language manipulation, and they can trick us to believe that they do feel the touch.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also they don't have we are, as a human species, evolved in a tribe. We've got our own, like we've got empathy, which is embodied into our mind as a breaker, so we naturally behave for the well-being of the tribe. And LLMs will fake that. And we've got people that that know how to fake that, but they don't have empathy, which are called psychopaths. And these guys, they sometimes get to really high level of decision making as presidents of large countries, just because they know how to Yeah, they don't have this hard stop, but they fake they fake it. So my fear is that LM will do the same to us.
Fake it till I make it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well,
So if this conversation is about kind of this type of matters, which I always was, kind of willing to do.
but I will also like to add this, that I agree with you, Dimitri. But I will also like to add that the way how I'm seeing the evolution of the LLMs in the past, when the ChatGPT came into existence with the 3.5 and 3.0 actually, and today it has changed so much. The response are now crisp. They understand what we need. It exactly is providing the response accordingly. My hypothesis is today is that in the very near future, we will have some kind of a LLM that can actually understand the empathy, because it has data being fed about empathy as well, or maybe they are being trained on the data or the responses that humans are giving on the basis of these empathy and the emotions, right? So I'm just thinking like the time is not that far away where we can interact with an LLM that can actually show a real-time empathy. Just giving you an example, there is a solution character.ai, right? So you can go ahead, create your characters and interact with it. And there are other solutions as well in the same space, spicy chat, etc. Right? So what exactly is happening there? We are providing the some kind of a script of personas as like the scenarios, what type of interaction the bot should be giving, and you start interacting with these bots. They are very much real, right? In the context of the responses. Well, the LLM are same. It is just we are manipulating the scenarios and the way how the LLM should be responding, and that is when it is started understanding that emotional need of the other person and provides that particular response, right?
Yeah.
So like toggling some kind of values in the model training, we may identify and find something very relevant very soon. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that this might happen with some iterations of some LLMs, but we also the thing is that as humans, we're not a single human. We are billions of people,
Yeah.
very different ones, and the number of such instances at which we are called agents or now will can match the number of people in the universe. So will be a lot of different types of ones, and those which will be trained to know to behave like a good person, like as a good agent. There'll be some which will take advantage of this as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's
Oh, I see your point over here, and I'm totally agreeing on that aspect too. At the same time, but I feel that, and you brought a very important point, that we are almost equivalent to 7 billion people on the planet Earth, right? And 7
eight,
billion people,
eight,
all of
uh,
eight, sorry,
eight
yeah,
and
yeah, something like, in that range. When we go in the billions, I lose the numbers. Well, then you think in the direction that every individual is having a personality trait that they will always talk, decide, and manipulate the situations in a certain way, right? Agents, however, they like not agents, but the LLMs, they will be trained, but then always their response will be in a monotonous way. They cannot deviate from that kind of a response until and unless we specifically give them some kind of a personality or additional informations. So now, to your point, I think it becomes very relevant that no matter how much we train the LLMs, the response will not be as diverse as the humankind provides, right?
In addition to everything you say, I really would like to see how LLM behave when I give access to my webcam and microphone, because it will be multidimensional inputting. So yeah, things like Alexa can transcribe. It anyways will be language check. Like as a philosophy has been started. The word was at the beginning. Yeah, like some peace of mind. And the LLMs are operating inwards. So well, if we can give it additional input, maybe see the great results. What do you think? I think we need slowly wrap up, but would really love if we can uncover this. Like, what are your predictions? How the LLM behavior may change if we give additional input, and how it may affect agentic?
Well, from my side, I feel like as detailed context you provide inside the LLM, the response will be more streamlined and on the spot. And I totally believe that Vexa can achieve that because Vexa has solved one thing, which is getting one dimension of input, as in like text or like the audio input, right? And with the audio, it can also decipher the sentiment, basically, right? As the people are speaking. Then if we can also get inside the video, right? The video layer, well, that will be the additional. So basically we have three different like dimensions of the data being fed inside the LLM. And then we can also, in addition to that, we can put a fourth dimension, which is literally just describing what this personality trait or like what exactly is the expectation. And I 100% believe that the response is going to be mind-boggling. And hopefully one of the projects in either this one or the next hackathon, or maybe your pet project, Dimitri.
Yeah. Yeah, these models are multimodal already for quite a while already. They know how to understand and generate text and images and audio as well. So it's pretty much almost the full range. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing specific about any other types of sense we've got. If we'll be able to encode this, it will be able to encode and decode and generate on that. Yeah, that's all a matter of data, information, and it's all and the matter of some scaling laws that we are trying to figure out to understand how one is going to achieve human level intelligence.
Yeah. Well, I'm always scared to see that human level intelligence because as humans, we are not like, there is a
nobody knows where we are. Maybe
exactly.
generally I will be announced tomorrow, or maybe we will not see it during our life.
Guys, we generally don't know. Let's be clear, because if I have a cursor agent and I still have to, and I still have to guide it, but why not put an agent on top of this agent, and why not make this agentic network? It's just not there. It's just nobody actually even tried it on scale. We don't know. Maybe it's just a matter of this, long-term planning is just will collapse with the layers of Matryoshka. We don't know.
No. And that is where we have built our Opla, wherein like we have almost close to what I can say like 12 agents right now, like all collaborative and working in the multiple layers. And the decisions that these agents are being also taking, they're like multiple layers of identifying if this is the right decision for the ask the user has done. And then also identifying the governance and the policies, etc., of course. But then at least I believe I'm totally aligned in the context of what, Dimitri, you are stating that, hey, there will be multiple layers. And even though we have so many layers, we need the human intervention to make the final decision, I believe. Yeah.
We'll hope.
For sure.
Exactly, that's true. We do not know so many, but a little become more clear today because of our discussion. And guys, thank you very much. It was very hot, to be honest. And we're getting closer to our checkpoint. And let me say a huge thanks to Dmitry. And I think you soon have to switch to talk to the teams together with Abhishek. Abhishek, you didn't join in the morning because it was like night. You've been sleeping. But right now, I invite you to Discord to collaborate with Dmitry and Florian on working with teams on a Vexa challenge So yeah, let's help them to build the perfect solution they may present tomorrow. Thank you very,
Awesome.
very much for the discussion and for your time. It was fascinating and really engaging. So glad to see you soon, and please stay tuned. I think we need to build a community
Of course.
that's gonna
Yeah.
driven everything. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Amazing opportunity to talk to you, Abhishek. Yeah, thanks. That was really hot.
Thanks, Daniel, and thanks, Dimitri, for being a sport. And it was really amazing. And thanks for bringing me on board as well. Really appreciate it. And yeah, wish you all the best, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Take care. See you around. Bye.
Whew. Oh, what is it? It's a Lxthon stickers. We're gonna give them tomorrow. Everyone who join a venue. But if you'd like to receive them personally, just drop a message to the Lxthon support in a Discord. We're gonna organize a delivery to you with maybe a small present. But right now, it's really hot after the discussion we have had for the last hour. I have to notice that in 15 minutes, we have 15:15. We have starting our second checkpoint where you can collaborate with your expert on a dedicated time. Please refresh your dashboard right now, check the time, and connect exactly at the time that's delighted in your dashboard at the checkpoint tab. During the second checkpoint, we're gonna open the solution tab. It's a place where you should upload the artifacts you create for the hackathon. The deadline is stop coding tomorrow, 3 p.m. Lisbon time. You should have all the artifacts uploaded before this time. Please consult your experts what artifacts are mandatory, what you should upload, and please start doing this, at least creating the repository. I wish you a great luck, as usually. Use your time as effective as possible. Please check in with an expert. Even if you don't need a checkpoint, just join, say, we all fine, all good, so we continue. And so we all can know that's all going good. It's very hot today and gonna be hotter tomorrow. So wish you great luck. See you on a checkpoint and see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for today. We're finishing our live and it's gonna be back, after the night with a round table where Alexei Kaptarov, the author of Death by PowerPoint book, with Sonia Drobichevska, who is a great actor here on a startup scene in Portugal. And we expecting like a great moderation by Gali Groshova. So please join it online or offline. I think it's a big and major part of our event. Thank you very much. Have a great night vibe or surf coding. I think we invented a new term. See you at checkpoint and wish you a great luck. See you. Bye.